Right, are we live now? Yes, we are. We are, in fact, live. So, we're in the 772, despite what the title says. And we're in the 772 for a reason. It's because this first leg is 1,100 nautical miles going from Anchorage to Vancouver. So I thought it would be a good fit for the 772 over the A321. We will eventually switch back. Once we get to Vancouver, we will switch over to the 321, I believe. Then we might decide to switch over to the 319. But again, we'll do that once we get to Vancouver. Tonight, the goal is actually to get to Dallas-Fort Worth. So anyway, without further ado, I already have the SimBrief flight plan. Go ahead and pre-file that on VATSIM real quickly. In the meantime, we can go and get everything up. Let's see here. Is it putting it in? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Auto ATC. That was immediate. Hey, bud. We need to update the nav data for the 772. We do not. Nice. Got buddy here who is not really left my side the entire day. And then okay, and then in terms of this parking brake. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't working in the other one. Anyway, winglets on. Posit AirNott. We have roughly speaking 12 minutes before we have to start Newsky. So request from SimBrief. Set payload, set fuel, select route. Sorry, select your route. Alright. Uplink load. Okay, squawks 7220. 7220 in terms of the squawk. Activate, execute. What are the winds looking like? Actually, almost ready for push. Well, actually, it can be started in position today. ATIS request. Papa Alpha November Charlie. VATSIM. I can tell you now that air pressure is a little on the high side. Information Charlie, the wind 0303, 6 knots. Altimeter 2943. That was a little bit on the high side. Alright. Good. Got a cell count right here. And we'll go ahead and make one of those once we're airborne. This first leg's gonna be about 3 hours. So, anyway. This first leg's gonna be about 3 hours. dot CTAF. It'd be dot CTAF PANC. .118 decimal 300. Anyone on the ground at Anchorage? Speedbird 35 Papa radio check. We're the only ones here, actually. We are the only ones here. Weird. Someone was just here a few minutes ago. Which means everything's up for us. Seattle. Yes. Seattle. Alright. How long until we have until our line? Not bad. I mean, let's just go ahead and figure out the runway. Okay, the wind is 030 degrees 6 knots. So with 030 degrees 6 knots, what runway does that put us on? Here at Anchorage. 07 left. That's a nice short taxi. 07 left on the... What departure are we on? No departure. No departure. Alright, it'll be a straight out then. Alright. Performance, accept that. Our zero weight will automatically calculate for us. We're already below our maximum landing weight. Considering that our maximum landing weight here in the 7720 is 208. Take off. Go flaps 15, take off. Why is that not calculating for us? 07 left via port 3. Alright, we're doing anything wrong. Legs. No. We're doing something wrong then. You're doing something wrong. Route. Take off. Oh, I know what it is. It's the AirNott alignment. Alright, in that case. No need. Standard Romeo 3. Startup in position. Anchorage traffic speed 35 Papa heavy stand Romeo 3 startup in position. Traffic. Alright. Parking brake set. You okay? Do you want to go down? You need to go lay down on the bed, or are you okay right there, bud? It's the IRS taking a moment to align. Alright. Fuel pump's on now. All those are auto. Come on now, APU. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 35, Papa, service now, Vancouver. AP running good. Beacons on. Strobe's on now. Menu, you can FS actions, ground connection, sorry, ground ops, the ground connections, release ground power, release the trucks, that'd be Sears for today. Start flight. Meantime, flight controls check. Actually, we'll do that in a moment. Alright. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Speed brake full. Flaps full now. There we go. Now we got speeds. Just confirm all those real quickly. Alright, we'll taxi Echo 2. Sorry, we'll taxi Echo 2, Echo 1 to join Kilo lineup via hotel. Anchorage traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, gonna begin taxi now for runway 07 left, a holding point hotel via Echo 2, Echo 1, Golf Kilo to line up runway 07 left via hotel. Anchorage traffic. They retired BC 5. It says 5032 now. Interesting. All right. Let's get out of here. Guideoy missed the. I missed the 772. We didn't get to flight last night because someone decided to take my 772 at Heathrow away from me. Move it over to Copenhagen. We can go and get everything on now. Meantime, APU off. Oh dear. Alex Center is hopping offline. Oh dear. Oh dear. En route to Vancouver right now. In a British Airways from Alaska. So, explain how that makes sense. Oh wait, I'm the one flying. I should be able to explain that. Oh damn, I can't. Alright, VNav on. What is our cruise today? Is it 410? 390. It'll be a straight out departure. Three 90. Alright, in the meantime, flaps 15. So that's what we usually do. I mean, theoretically, we're light enough to go flaps 5, but yeah, I prefer flaps 15. Not yet. Soon. And you can see the storm over there, but not yet. Right. The control check completed. Calm wind is 030 degrees 6 knots. Oh, I should have done anti-ice. In that case, let's make sure all the anti-ice systems are on then. Should go. Well, we didn't use GSX, so. Temperature 1, dew point -1. Only technically what I'd consider to be icing conditions, which is weird for Alaska at this time of year. Yeah, that's what we got. Last night we had. Hang on.
Approaching 3.
Anchorage traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa crossing runway 33. Anchorage traffic. Yeah. We had like 150 knot headwind crossing the entire Atlantic last night. Took us nearly 8 hours. So, all right. Not right there. Yeah, that's what happened to us last night as well. Hey, Becky, welcome aboard. Yeah, no, that's what happened to us last night as well. Our ground speed was down to about, I think it dipped down to about 380. With Mach 0.87, I think is what we had set. So. Either way, it was brutal. For this week, we're going to do it on a day that I have off. Or sorry, on a night that I don't have to wake up. Or that I don't have any kind of, like, time restriction. We're going to do it on Tuesday night this week. You're good. It's about to, we're about to take off here. Anchorage traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, lining up now, runway 07 left. Anchorage traffic.
Approaching 07 left.
Alright, line up. Auto brake RTO.
On runway 07 left.
Alright, landing lights are all on, everything's on, seatbelt signs on now. Alright. Anchorage traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, heavy, taking off now, runway 07 left, straight out departure. Anchorage traffic. Alright, thrust set. Airspeed alive. Everything normal so far. V1, rotate. Pause rate, gear up. Begin to put some flaps away. Direct head. Anchorage traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, heavy now airborne passing 3000, climbing now flight level 390. Anchorage traffic. So what's our first waypoint again? Should be... yeah, it should be direct head. Yep. Alright, let's go ahead and continue this ascent, or this bit of a steep ascent for right now. Go ahead and continue this for a bit, so we can clear these mountains. Gears up. Good. Oh, we didn't arm the ground spoilers. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. And right now, I'll just hand fly the aircraft. Alright. For now, we can trim down. Remaining flaps away. There we go. Autopilot on now. Alright. Now that we're airborne. Yeah, we are about to enter some weather. Go ahead and keep the landing lights on for right now, just because the, yeah. Go ahead and keep the landing lights on for right now. Let's get down to Vancouver, shall we? To Vancouver, and then at Vancouver we'll swap it out for the 321. Unless we want to continue to use the 772. There is the storm, do 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 do. Here comes the storm. All right. Alright. Yeah, let's get out of the storm. Let's get out of the storm. Switch over to standard pressure in a moment. What does V now have to say? ETA for Vancouver 350, so actually looking really solid. What's that? Well, it's about 2.5 hours for Vancouver. Well, actually, that doesn't count for the winds. I never got the winds. I always forget to get the winds. Progress. Let's see here. Where can I get winds from? Well, standard pressure now. Standard pressure now. Where is it? Forecast. Load. Okay, there we go. Now we're out of this storm. Kinda. Oh dear. Oh dear. Estimating Vancouver now 348.0. So not bad. Not bad at all. Estimating with 11.7 in terms of fuel. That's fine because if we need to divert, we have Seattle, we have the Boeing facility. We have a bunch of places we could divert to if we need to. So, I'm not exactly that concerned about fuel. Alright, perfect. Perfect. Alright. Looking solid now. Bottom. Back in one of my favorite aircraft to fly, the Boeing 777-200. Oh, we can turn off the landing lights now. You can turn all those guys off. Alright, let's take a look here. Oh, now that's a gorgeous view. That's gorgeous. Now that's a gorgeous view right there. This is worth a screenshot right here. This is worth a screenshot. That right there. Now that's worth a screenshot, no doubt. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous right there. Alright. No, let's try an FS. Gotten back to us. I was wondering, I am looking at doing a bit of a rebrand of the channel. Looking at doing a bit of a rebrand. Oh shit.
Fairbanks traffic, United 220, holding short runway 20 right at Alpha, Fairbanks.
We never switched our frequency over to 122.8. Damn. Alright, well, it's fine for right now. For those who don't know, though, I'm kind of looking at doing a bit of a rebrand at the end of the year, for the channel. I'd kind of like to drop the tech part out of the name, or out of the channel name. The issue is that someone already has the handle of RyanFS, which is what we would be, but they only have 3 subscribers and 2 videos. And so I've left a comment on one of their things, asking if they'd be interested in giving them, or in them giving us the handle, so we can then do this rebrand. I just want to make crystal clear. I just want to be crystal clear with everyone right now. They are entitled to say no if they do not want to, or if they don't get back to me. Then I'm out of luck on that part, because it is they have every right to that. They have every right to the handle of RyanFS. Even though that is kind of the direction that I'd like to go ahead and move the channel back into. I'd like to drop the tech out of the name. I thought about Ryan Flies FS, which Seb mentioned, or which Seb thought of a good idea with, but I think the best option really is to drop the tech part out of the channel name, and just become RyanFS. But we won't be able to do that unless they were to give us the handle. One idea that I have had is RyanFS as a channel name, and then as the actual handle, official RyanFS. Thing is that I do have copyright concerns that I need to verify with someone that if we were to do that, you would not get sued the shit out of. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. And if I do make any decisions here about the future of the channel, we're going to announce them at the end of the year. We're still going to last the year as Ryan TechFS, unless I am able to get a hand on a new handle for the channel, at which point in time we will just become, at which point in time the handle will change, and then I'll officially like announce it at the end of the year. So anyway, that's where I'm at with that. So I left a comment on one of their videos, one out of 2 of their videos, and they have not gotten back to me yet. So, but once again, they are fully entitled to their channel. They're fully entitled to the channel name. So, and they are fully entitled to that handle. So, alright. In terms of our speed, going 481 on the ground speed. If we can get there a little faster, that would be a little better. About, I'm going to go 0.87. Hang on, this thing is telling us to go 410. Yeah, let's go 410 actually. Traffic advised Speedbird 35 Kappa heavy, climbing now level 410 traffic. And what did they file? Siri filed 339er. Whatever. We'll be 2,000 feet above. We're fine. And now Vancouver. And then it'll be Vancouver to Boise, Boise to Vegas, and probably Vegas to Dallas, Fort Worth. So if it's 1 a.m. and we're at Dallas, Fort Worth, then we may or may not do the next leg. But I do think that we're gonna get to Dallas, Fort Worth around 2-3 a.m. So, and then tonight, and then tomorrow night, it'll be a weekly Baltimore to Heathrow. Tuesday night, weekly Heathrow to Baltimore. That's the plan. Thursday night off, and then actually Friday, doing a bit of a collab with Seb. Honolulu to LAX. Honolulu to LAX or Vegas. Probably LAX, to be honest. Anyway, that is happening on Friday. So we can all look forward to that. And for those who are unaware, Seb is a great friend of the channel. He is a controller for Honolulu. He is a VATSIM controller for Honolulu. So, for Honolulu ground. And I told him once we get to Vegas that we'd go over to Honolulu, and we are 100% getting to Vegas today. So, all right. Anyway, that's the plan. Seb is also the one who made this channel bar up here. And I'm very, very thankful to him for making that. I'm very, very thankful to him for making that. It's part of a new program called Aviation Edge, I believe is what he's calling it. Either VATSIM Edge or Aviation Edge. Actually, I'll go ahead and show it to you right now. I can take off the headset. Alright. This here is a VATSIM Edge. Or Aviation Edge. Anyway, you can get your flight plan from SimBrief. You can file it. It gives you all the shortcuts to file it. It gives you your shortcut for the oceanic clearance if you're crossing the Atlantic. If you want to see what kind of VATSIM events are going on. Gives you a nice little thing right here. Anything special going on this week? Bergen Monday. Tomorrow, vectors to Copenhagen. Let's see here. Budapest turnaround Budapest. Nuremberg Monday. I've been to Nuremberg. Düsseldorf Monday. Toronto S2 exam. Moncton Monday. Let's see here. Anything else special going on? Spirit of the Union in the UAE. Berlin Tuesday. Zurich night every Tuesday. Northern Lights Tuesday for Canada. Anyway, if you want to see all the VATSIM events, you can just go over here to VATSIM Edge. And then if you want to see them, let's say I wanted to see if anything was going on the 25th. Right now it's cleared to lead, and then direct to regionals. So that's on the 25th. Anything else special? Anything on the 24th? Cologne Wednesday. It's here. Anything else special? Austria weekly Wednesday. Cologne Wednesday. Mercedes Montreal. Montreal Wednesdays. You have an S3 exam for VAT Central America. Interesting. Anyway, that's VATSIM Edge, and then also with VATSIM Edge, what you can do is you can enter a call sign. So go ahead and use ours. We are Speedbird 35 pound today, and it'll give you a bunch of information about that flight. Right? It'll give you a map in coordination with where they're going. Going to Vancouver. It'll give you the transponder, the aircraft type, departure, airport, arrival airport, and a little thing to chart Fox. Right, so let's take a look here. Aerodrome chart. It's Vancouver. Ooh, I've actually never been to Vancouver. I don't think. Not in the sim anyway. It'll give you that. It'll tell you what frequency they're operating on right now. So you're operating on 122.8. Advisory, not Unicom advisory. It'll give you a route, anything that's in the remarks. Yeah. Interface of flight, which we are. Yeah, we're at cruise right now. It'll give you the ETA, departure time, cruise, altitude, even though we're 410 right now. Yeah, overall, it's just quite nice it's just a really helpful program. Let's see if there's any Delta flights. Or let's see, you have. What's the ICAO for United? Let's find a United somewhere. What's that? 31. No, Dreamline. United 3925. Right. $3925. Is there anything else about an American? An American 8 to Alpha Lima 2352. They what? 2352. Sometimes they'll show you the photo for the actual aircraft type. So, if we can find any United 757s around here. Any United 757s? Oh, we can maybe try United 1864. There we go. There we go. It'll actually be a photo of the aircraft. Of course, that feature only works part of the time. So. And then this will also give you the METAR. You can go ahead and get it decoded or a RAW. I prefer it RAW, to be honest. And it'll give you your ATIS information. So, if you're going to LAX, information Foxtrot, blah, 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 blah. So, they're going to Fort Lauderdale. Damn it. Okay, I believe it. I believe it. Bit of a long flight right there. So, anyway, that is a VATSIM Edge. It's quite a nifty little program now, isn't it? Isn't it? So, yeah, thank you, Seb, for developing that. Yeah. Anyway, we are cruising now at flight level 410. We are 17. Sorry, yeah, we're about 117 nautical miles from 58 north, 40 west. Actually, I think it's 40 east. 58 north, 40 west, I think. I think that's what it is, anyway. But my geography sucks, so I don't know. And then Akaway and Powall. So anyway, our ETA right now for Vancouver is 3:48 Zulu. So that is in actually under 2 hours. Actually no, it's in just over 2 hours actually. Inbound for Vancouver. And then we get to make our way down to Boise and then Vegas. At least that's the plan anyway. And we're gonna do that. We'll do a bit of an aircraft swap. Well, actually, will we? We might not. I'm really trying to get the hours up in the I'm trying to get the flights up in the 777s. So I don't know. Anyway, Thursday morning, I think I'm gonna fly with David. That's gonna be a plan for Thursday morning, I think. So. Anyway, right now we get to chill. So yeah. I think here. Let me take a look at VATSIM radar real quickly. That's a nothing flight. 301 going to Atlanta. Actually, is that? I'm trying to be easier. Hang on. From Atlanta, LAX. Air Baguette. Yep, Air France going to November. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Anyway, for right now, we just get to enjoy the sun going away. Enjoy the sunset. I check up on my email. 340. That's the update I already have. Anything special? Any kind of special aircraft that I might want to buy? Actually, let me take a look at the bank account real quickly. Alright, what's the update on the wind wing throttles? Let me take a look at that real quickly. Actually, we can take a look at that right over here. Wing wing. Log in Google. What is the? Can I pay for my winding throttles yet? Where is it? Yeah, why is the windwing website kind of broken? Why is the website broken? Any kind of Black Friday discounts? Anything special? Ursa Minor. For 106, but that's not the good one that I want. $330 for that. That's not bad now, is it? It's not bad now. Those three screens, it's not bad either. Nice. Were you the Delta that I just saw? Were you the Delta, I guess, 301? Don't worry, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not a spy. Ooh, we just got some kind of ATC. Do they affect us? Do they affect us? It's got some kind of ATC. Delta 301. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like on the ground just to see what kind of ATC is online. We're getting someone though. Charlie Zulu Echo Golf FSS. That's 135. Just suppose you're 25. I think we might be getting a contact information from them here soon. No. Well, actually, I don't know. No, I don't think we do contact them. I'll wait for a contact me. If we get one, we get one. If we don't, then we're good. So. Alright. Cruising here, kind of a little bit bored. Estimating Vancouver with 11.7 in terms of fuel, which is not bad at all. I begin to get concerned about fuel if we begin to estimate like 10 zilch, or anything below 10 is when I begin to get a little concerned with fuel, because that's enough for like a single go around and then diversion if we need it. When we had that Gatwick incident back when we finished the Euro Capitals, where the aircraft took us over on short final, we landed with 7 metric tons of fuel on board, and we used up a whole ton taxiing. So that's when I began to get a little concerned about fuel. When we get down to like 7, that's when I know it's like, okay, we gotta land. We have to either get this thing on the ground, no matter how hard it is, or we need to divert now. So, but diversion was not an option then. Now with a very easy airport to land at, literally just off our side. And then guess what happened? We floated that fucking landing. So, we floated that landing, which is kind of annoying. So, and then we went back to repeat it, and then we still didn't do the best of landings. I'm just trying to get a decent landing at Gatwick for once. Anyway, right now we are chilling. Let's see here. I have no clue what the weather is like for Vancouver yet. I'll begin to get that here soon. Estimating 3:48 Zulu, so that's just over an hour and a half. It's not bad. Not bad in terms of time at all. Alright, let me think here. Got Boys is online. Well, yeah, Boys is online. We'll be at Boys later, after Vancouver. And I was... Actually, what's the... What's the for boys? Here's something. Take a look at the 10-9. Yeah. So for boys, we'll be fine. We'll be fine in a triplet, boys. We are. Actually, I'm gonna just pull up. I'm gonna pull up Newsky for a second. This is where we are in terms of our type ratings on Newsky. We have not yet achieved a type rating. That said, that we're close to getting the A321, but we're even but that's weird because we fly the 777 more, but on Newsky apparently we haven't. Anyway, we are only 2 flights away from getting the type rating in the A320, but I'm really trying to get the type rating in the 777 first because that's the aircraft we fly the most. Either way, we're not that far from that either. I mean, we're on our 32nd flight. We just have to do another 18 more flights in the 777, and then we have officially achieved that type rating. And to be honest, I think that we're gonna easily do that this week. Or to be honest, I think we're gonna make a significant amount of progress on the 77. Oh, sorry, on the 777 type rating this week. We're gonna make significant progress. So, but in case anyone's curious, on Newsky for the type rating, minimum of 50 flights, minimum of 50 hours, average rating for the past 30 flights of 9.5 or higher, and then minimum rating for the past 10 flights at 8.0 or higher. And then the last flight cannot have been more than 30 days ago. So, but in terms of the 777, we're close. We're not that far out. I mean, we only need to do another 18 flights after this. Hours, we absolutely crush it. And then for the A320s, we're only 2 flights away. As in, if we were to fly the aircraft twice, we are good. Right now for the 777, our average rating for the past 30 is 9.65, and then the lowest rating of the past 10 is 9.35, and so that's why I kind of think that we should probably focus a bit more on getting the 777 type rating. That said, though, I do eventually think that we're going to get the 321 first. But we are close. We are really, really close to both. If we were to fly the 777 like crazy this week, we might get it by next week. So, that's the plan anyway. And then, in terms of the 350 and the 340, we're not touching those right now. In terms of the 350 type rating, we're not going to worry about that. Then the same thing with the 340. 340, it's nice, but I'm kind of waiting for the. I'm kind of waiting right now for the 340, for the Tullis one, for the Tullis and Aerosoft 340. So I can understand that thing's going to be good. It'll be really embarrassing for any builds if if Tullis comes out and says that this thing flies very differently than what any builds has it hand flying at. Oh wait, any builds has already been through that once with the 350. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of any builds. I'm not exactly their biggest fan. It kind of just feels like they release absolute garbage slop and then make it usable like 5 updates later. And I mean, I can understand wanting to make it usable. I can understand wanting to put out a solid product, and then have it update to get better, right? But that's what we have beta for, and I don't think any builds quite understands that. I think that they look at beta as just more as a way to make sure that their product is stable and that their product won't crash the sim, unless as a way to actually get their product decent. Rather, it should be both. Beta should be both. Release something that's actually usable first, please. Right, and then if you say, look, it's completely in beta, we're gonna it's out there. You want beta access? That's fine. We'll go ahead and give you a discount. But just keep in mind, don't judge this thing based on what it is right now. If you put that out there, that's completely fine. That's completely fine. So, anyway, in case people have not been able to tell, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of any builds. So, and the 350 still doesn't hand fly right. The 350 doesn't touch down on the runway correctly, in my view, and I don't know what it is. Not to mention, it's freaking insane on system resources. It's freaking insane on system resources. So, anyway, any update on the PMDG? I guess retired VC 5032. Probably have a better update than me on the PMDG 737s. I'm looking forward to flying those things again. But it kind of appeared to me that they were going to try to get out once SU-4 comes out, which should actually be within the next few weeks. Let me. I'm taking a look here at the name builds. Still saying right before Christmas week. Yeah. I did notice, or I did know. I don't know. I can't speak right now. And I know that PMDG said that they did some kind of reorganization internally of all their projects and overall of the entire company. Actually, I was looking at a map. I was looking at a map of an what's that word? Of an aviation mechanics school, and somehow I came across the PMDG headquarters. Just not that far from me as well. Into that. Yeah. Now the 747. With the new aircraft being, I kind of feel like they need to work on the 787 first. So, no, I was looking at a map, and I remember that Randanzio said that he had moved to Maryland recently, which is my home state. I live like 20 miles away from Baltimore. Sorry, yeah, 20 minutes. About 20-minute drive. Anyway, he said that he had moved to Maryland recently. And then as I was just casually looking through some aviation schools, I actually, looking at them on the map, trying to figure out if I were to go to this aviation school, how would I get to it? Because I don't have a car right now. And I literally found the PMDG headquarters on a map. So, anyway, 747, I'm looking forward to flying the 400. I'm looking forward to flying the 400. And then after that, I kind of want them to work on the Dreamliner next. Because I know that Bluebird's working on the 757, and I think someone had said that they were going to be out possibly next year. Or, sorry, possibly like the second half of next year. Right, I kind of want them to work on a decent Dreamliner next, because I'd kind of like to change my perception of the Dreamliner. But that's the thing, though. The Horizon 787... Yeah, it's freeware, but the thing is that it's the Horizon one is built on the Asobo one, and the Asobo one's not usable at all right now in 2024. And then in 2020, and it was better in 2020 than it is in 2024. It still isn't great. Yeah. It's like I can understand this Horizon one, but that thing's, in fact, it even says on it that it requires the Premium Deluxe Dreamliner in order to use, with all the systems and everything, and that thing's freaking sucks. But 757 and 767, I'd love to fly those, but I also want something a bit more modern. I'd like something modern. I'd like to fly modern composite aircraft. I'd like to fly a modern composite aircraft. Now, I did notice how I can't even get his name correct. Rodanzio said that they might or might not be working on a 777X for when the 777X does actually come out. I'm hoping they're working on that, because the second that thing actually begins to fly passengers commercially, I'd freaking love to fly that thing. I freaking want to fly that thing. I want to fly that 777X. That thing looks so cool to fly, especially with the winglets, or the folding wingtips. So, but anyway, we have Bluebird. Yeah. I noticed the teased the 787 4 months ago. 4 months ago seemed about accurate. So, but with Bluebird working on the 757, and I think they're going to be done with that here soon. And then with them working on the 767, so. Yeah, that might act that would make sense if they are, especially if they're working on, especially if they have the 777X kind of already up and running for to help Boeing. Because I know that one of the things they are really trying to move their company towards. I know that one direction they're trying to move their company towards is getting people more familiar with the aircrafts. So in the sim, when you're in one of those full motion simulators, you can actually spend more time focusing on judgment skills instead of looking for buttons. If they already have the code for that, and they're helping Boeing out with that, then I have to wonder if the Dreamliner is true, or if they are working on a Dreamliner at the same time. Because I do know that they have actually. I still can't speak. I do know that they have been working with Boeing on, at the very least, the 737 NGs. And then I think they're also working with Boeing on the 737 MAX aircraft as well. Anyway, I give them good. I give them a good year before they get out any kind of Dreamliner. That said, though, that 747, the Dash 400, now that thing I'm looking forward to flying. That thing, I really, really want to fly that thing. What do you mean, the 3 ... that 747-400. Now that thing will be flying a lot on the channel. When that thing comes out, that thing will be flying a lot on the channel. So, 2 to 3 years. 3 years. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh. Okay, which comes first? I move over to the UK, or PMDG releases their 787. Which comes first? And then also, here's another question: which comes first, Bluebird? I don't know. I don't know about that. The 777 should be a resource hog as well, and it's not that much of a resource hog. In fact, actually, it runs better than any other plane in the sim. At least any other plane that I use. And even then, with Sim Update 4 coming about, performance should be no factor. So, alright, which comes first, though? The Dreamliner from Bluebird, or the Dreamliner from PMDG? Or this fat ass moves his way across the pond. That wouldn't surprise me. There are legitimate things that I do actually notice that they are missing significantly here in the 777 that I noticed that they actually had back in 2020, such as GSX integration. Right. So with pushback, even when you're on the ground, the pushback here is still all grayed out. Yeah, they're missing out on a lot of things when it comes to the 777 right now. That, you also have the camera that they're missing out on, which I don't know if there's a way to put in the camera yet. I know that TOLUS is doing something weird with that. Just a straight up GSX integration, they are massively lacking, and I've noticed that for the I noticed that a while ago. That said, though, the updated EFB for 2024, it feels the same, but they added the weight and balance tab, weight and balance tab. So, and then I'd also like to see them throw in an actual A-car spinner. Might be in line with the 737 release. Yeah. Well, TOLUS is doing something really, really, really weird with the cameras. So I think what I think they said that they were doing is they were taking satellite imagery and then loading your position, the aircraft position, on top of that, and somehow matching that up with like a weird overlay of everything. Right. And so if you have if for some reason you downloaded some scenery that made the runway, let's say purple, right? You wouldn't actually see that in the TOLUS. Right. But I like that TOLUS is doing it. I like that they're at least attempting to do it. But still, they're doing it in a really, really, really weird way. Either way, I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to the TLS. So, I'm looking forward to the TLS 340. Pretty soon here, I might actually have to upgrade the side stick. Actually, what's the update? So, I haven't put in any kind of order yet for. Holy, Alex, busy. I haven't put in any kind of order yet with FS projects, but I'm thinking maybe I should here soon. It might, if I were to do that, it might be at the end of the year. Let's see here. Orders received from November 21st will be processed in February 2026. Ouch. Alright. Yeah, I'm considering getting the side stick with like a Moza base. But my issue with potentially doing that is I just built a new desk not even a month ago, and I kind of have to build it if I were to get the Moza base. What I'd go ahead and do is I'd go ahead and like just turn this whole setup into an actual cockpit. Like I'd build like a 777. I'd build like the best way you can do in terms of a combo for the 777 and A320 aircrafts. That's what I would do. I've already get a yoke cam and hopefully not get this stupid cable. Right, so if I were to bust out yoke cam, right now I have this monitor right here. What I'd do is I'd get like 2 or 3 ultra wides, go all the way around, right? And then I'd actually put up like a wall right in front of the setup. Right, I'd like put up a wall, build a custom chair, and then actually like make like an actual flight deck, right? Probably swap out this yoke for like an actual true maybe 737, 767 yoke. But I'd actually make like a proper cockpit, you know. If we're going to go that far. But that's just too much work for me right now because you have to remember I am not staying around in the US, so it'd be a very, very temporary situation. So I'll do that in the new house when I move in probably a year and a half, to be honest. I think a year and a half, depending on how much I get back from the tax refund. I'm looking forward to my tax refund in March. I'm looking forward to that. No kidding, I'm quite possibly expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10,000 back from the IRS. Which sounds like it should be illegal. But I've been overpaying on I've had so much money taken out this year. In terms of taxes, it's not even funny. It's actually like at the point where I have to, this year, I actually have to change the paperwork and tell them stop taking out so much money. Either way, I'm looking forward to that massive tax refund. It'll be a truly massive tax refund this year. But I at the end of the year, I do need to tell it work to stop taking out so much money for taxes. And I'll probably end up owing state. I'll probably end up owing Maryland tax. So, but I'm expecting a good $10,000 back from the feds. So, anyway, just out of curiosity, what are houses going now in Manchester area? Houses for sale in Manchester, UK. What are we looking like? I have friends. I have a go 2 beds. Actually, what about 1 bed? And then is there sort by price, lowest price. What are houses going for in Manchester right now? $60,000. 60,000. What does that look like? I mean, it looks outdated, but I mean, I could do all the work for it. Okay, I understand why it's going for 6,000 now, or for 60,000. I can understand why it's going for 60,000. Yeah. Because it's massively outdated. And you have that shed, 2 beds. Not bad. I have a family member who goes to college in Sheffield. Actually, what about Sheffield? One bed, 2 bedrooms max. That's not bad now, is it? That's not bad now, is it? Not too shabby at all. That actually looks quite nice. That actually looks quite nice, to be honest. To be 100% honest, that actually looks quite nice. 130,000 pounds. That's not bad now, is it? It's not bad now. How long do we have? It's been about an hour and 20 minutes. It's been 11:09 now in terms of fuel. Yeah, that actually looks not bad now. And aside from the fact that I'd have to furnish it and everything, but that's fine. Let's see here. Deposit 15,000. 15-year mortgage. $195. That's not bad now. That's not bad now. Sheffield, not too shabby. I mean, I'd have to get a job over there first, but still. Bum 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 bum. All right. Let's see here. We're direct now to all the way. Let's go direct pole wall. And that gives us an ETA at pole wall of 329.0, which is in just over an hour. Just getting to take a look at what the situation is online at Vancouver. What does the meat chart look like at Vancouver? Read it out. The meat chart says 340 degrees, 3 knots, 20 static miles visibility. Clouds flew, or a few clouds at 110, view at 140, temperature 03, dew point 02, altimeter 3032. As of time 1:20 Zulu. So that'll update here soon. Actually, no. As of time 2 o'clock Zulu. I mean, that should still update here soon, but. Anyway, and we're cruising through this tonight. And if this is our longest leg, which it is, could we get across, or could we get all the way down into South America tonight? That's a good question. I don't know. We might be able to. We're going to try to get down to Dallas-Fort Worth, though. That'll be the goal for tonight. I want a tiller. That's what I want. I want a tiller. Or not like one of those not like one of those tool chests, carts. My mum is demanding a Christmas list from me, and I don't have any ideas. Actually, oh, I know what I want. I'm a little sleepy. I get some tea here soonish. I get some tea here soonish. Hey, bud. How you doing? You're just sitting there. You're just sitting there. On my leg. Being such a cute boy. Come here. Excuse you. I'm a little sleepy, not gonna lie, I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. I'm bored. I'm bored, that's what I am. Hey, Seb. Hey, Seb. Sorry, I'm bored. I'm bored right now. Pulled out my phone. We are inbound to Toronto. Estimating Toronto right now in just over an hour. Go and do our descent briefing here soon. Yeah. We're in the 772 for right now. We might. I don't know if we're gonna switch over to the A320s later. Kind of a small debate I've been having in my head. I don't know if we're gonna switch over to the 320s later. And here's the reason why. I'll show you this thing. Here, wrong button, idiot. Alright. This is Newsky. These are the progress towards all of our type ratings. Okay. With the 777, we have, on Newsky alone, we have 133 hours in the 777. 133 hours in the 777 on Newsky alone. But we're only at 31 flights. We'll be at 32 later. Rather, in the A320, we have 73.3 hours. We have 73.3 hours in that thing. It's right in those. But we're at 48 flights. And so naturally, which type rating are we closer to getting to? We're closer to getting the A321 than we are the 777. Despite the fact that I fly the 777 way more often than the 320s. Kind of feels like a special day when I get to fly the 320s. We fly the 777 way more often. We fly the 777 way more often. So, anyway. I kind of have like this mini goal of let's get the 777 rating first, but at the same time, if we were to take a look here, when we around the world, if we were to take a look here, some of these airports down south are barely A319 capable. So, oof. That said, though, we're actually all these legs are much. I mean, we have that one. I give up on getting the 8th. I mean, we have, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We only have 8 more legs that are like 777, that are like truly 777 whatevers. So, Joanna is rapidly coming up behind us. Here, we are the aim for tonight is to maintain the lead. The aim for tonight is to maintain the lead. Get to potential. Well, what leg are we on right now? So we're doing leg 33 right now. We're gonna get to 38 tonight. That's the goal. That's right. To 37 tonight. That is the goal. And I figured out which douchebag stole my. I figured out which douchebag stole my 772 last night. I figured out which AirNott douchebag stole my 772 from Heathrow last night. Oh, that's fucking annoying. As we're in the 772 right now, and we get to make the virtual airline a bit more money in the other 777. It's either this or fly the Dreamliner. It was either these. Last night it was either the fly the 777 wide body or fly the Dreamliner. And I think we all know that I'm not touching that thing. I mean, one of these days we are going to try it out, but it might just be a little flight from... It might be a little flight from Manchester to Gatwick, or Gatwick to Manchester for the Dreamliner. I do want to genuinely try that, get the thing another go, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to work very well. I just don't think it's going to work very well. Anyway, so tonight the legs we're going to do Anchorage to Vancouver, Vancouver to Boise, Boise to Vegas, and I kind of have a very quiet goal of trying to get to Dallas-Fort Worth tonight as well. Making our way all across the U.S. today. At least that's the goal. Actually, if we can get to Fort Worth tonight, maybe we can even get to Monterey. Maybe we can even get to Monterey tonight. And we're almost... Yeah, we might be able to get to Monterey tonight. On leg 38, I believe it is. You might be able to get to Monterey tonight. If we can get to Mexico, if we can get down there tonight, that would be good. You see, I thought it was a 1,500 nautical mile leg after Dallas-Fort Worth, but we have one extra. We'll see what time we arrive in Dallas-Fort Worth at. But if it's 3 a.m., then we're gonna... If we arrive at 3 a.m., and I still have the energy for Dallas to get to the next leg, we are fucking moving in that direction. We are going to move in that direction like crazy. So I kind of want to knock out the around the world here soon. I kind of want to be done with it here soon. Feels like we've been working on it now quite a while. And we have been working on it for a while now. When did we start the thing? We started it on October 12th. We started it on October 12th. And it is... Imagine if we can get it done in under 2 months. Ooh. Is that a goal I can set? Is that a goal I can set? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Is that a goal I can set? I think. So how many legs do we have left after that? So after today, if we get to Monterey tonight, that'll be 1, 2. So, well, first off, we're on leg 33 right now. We're on leg 33 right now. Tonight we might be able to get to leg 38. Try to get done a solid 5 legs per night. Another 6 days this. I don't know. I don't know if we can get this done by the 2-month marker, but we're gonna really try to crack down on this. And on Friday, we are doing the time accelerated version. I actually don't know if we're going to use time accel, but we are going to fly from Honolulu to either Vegas or LAX. We might go to Vegas. We might go to LAX. It'll be in a British Airways though. It'd it'll probably be in the 772. Anyway, that's the plan. So, right now for the rest of the week, what I'm thinking is tomorrow night weekly Baltimore to Heathrow. Tuesday night Heathrow to Baltimore because that thing's gonna take 9 hours again. Wednesday night off. Thursday night around the world. Friday night. Friday night will of course be with Seb. The Honolulu flight. And then Saturday night, I'll probably take Saturday night off. Maybe. Maybe. We're not that far from being done with this, to be honest. I mean, tonight we'll get to like 38 at the very least. Sorry, tonight we'll get to. Yeah, tonight we'll get done like 37, if not 38. 38's the goal. And then all these other legs are really quite short, to be honest. I mean, there's only a few that are 900 nautical miles plus. There's only a few left of those. So, yeah, that's the goal anyway. Definitely by the end of the year, if we're not done with this. Definitely by the end of the year. So, alright, I'm gonna make a post real quickly in YouTube. Why on earth did this thing? Why does it say around? I could have sworn I updated the thumbnail. What the hell? When I went to schedule the stream. Hang on, let me download it because I did it from the laptop. No, I could have sworn I updated the thumbnail. I could have sworn I updated the thumbnail. Download JPEG. Let me change that real quickly. There we go. Thumbnail updated. Alright. Vancouver, boys, Vegas. We're going to aim to get two more legs tonight. Anyway, I'm going to put out this thing on YouTube real quickly. Asking everyone what are their favorite moments of this year. Because one of the things we're going to begin to do, or one of the things I'm going to begin to do here soon, is I'm going to download everything from YouTube. I'm gonna clip out all the landings, all the fun parts from this year, and all the highlights. And yeah, and this will be a end of year video, probably to most likely release on the 31st of December. So anyway, let me just go ahead and throw out the little thing real quickly. Planning end of year vid, and am wondering everyone's highlights for highlight moment. Wondering what the highlights of this year are in your opinion. Please leave comments. We'll begin to work on this soon. Alright. Alright, there we go. That is now up there out on the channel. Everyone should be getting their notifications now. Basically, so the little YouTube post essentially says what are your favorite highlights for this year, and I'll be happy to put them in the video. So I'm gonna have to fucking reinstall Adobe Rush. Fuck. I freaking hate Adobe. And you know what's annoying about Adobe? What's annoying about Adobe is that it's like they intentionally rip off their customers. But there's also like no one else in the industry that does a good job like Adobe. Essentially no one out there in the industry. And it's kind of annoying. So I don't know. I've looked into other options outside of Adobe, and I keep going back to Adobe Rush when it comes to video editing. At the same time, though, I don't exactly like Adobe Rush. I don't exactly like Adobe, so I don't know. They have scammed me in the past, so they hide it in the fine print of, oh, you agreed to this for a year. They hide it in the very fine print, and then when you go to cancel, they charge an absolutely absurd. They charge an absolutely absurd cancellation fee of, no kidding, like $400. At which point in time it just makes more sense to continue with your existing plan. And they put it in the really, really, really fine print about that. They put it in the really, really, really fine print, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. So I don't know. I've looked into Filmora as a potential option, though I don't know about Filmora yet. But I keep going back to Adobe Rush because Adobe Rush is actually not that bad. So anyway, let me think here. It's spinning Vancouver now 45, so that's 30 minutes. So the wind. Actually, let me go ahead and get the most recent METAR for Vancouver. What is the most recent? Sorry, wrong button. What is the most recent METAR for Vancouver? Still as of 2 o'clock in St. Lou. Still 340 degrees, 3 knots. Yeah, at this point in time, we'll just wait for, at this point in time, we'll just wait until it gets issued. But if it's 340 degrees, it'd be a 2-6 day, most likely. It'd be a 2-6 day. Yeah, we'll just wait for the new METAR to come out. Let me think there. Oh my word. Printer. Oh my word. I'm gonna have to go upstairs for a few moments? It's getting annoying. Fucking printer issues. Fucking printer. Not the day for printer issues. Alright, so Emirates appears to be taking 26 right. Emirates appears to be taking 26 right. Wait, what? Going to Edmonton. Going to Edmonton. Okay, I mean, I guess that is a bit of a long trip. I guess that is a bit of a long trip right there. Boom, 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 boom. A number that is greater than 46 by moving only one stick. Oh. That's easy. That is really easy. 49. That's really easy. Door. It's oh, that's easy. But for how long? But for how long? $1 that doubles every day. But for how long? Alright, we have the updated METAR yet? Do we have the updated METAR? Hopefully we get it here soon. Updated METAR. Okay, actually, let me just use, in terms of this METAR report, let me just quickly just use the system I usually use. Aviation.gov. CYVR. Nope, still don't have the updated METAR. Still don't have the updated METAR. Ouch. Alright, and then on Batson, what are they actually taking off out of? Okay, they're landing 26 left. In that case, we'll take let's try runway 26 left. We'll take the Alice Zulu runway 26 left. And then what are we on in terms of this? We're taking 26 left. Whirl 8. We're on the Whirl 8. Po-wall transition. Only 184 nautical. Now we're estimating 5-4 in terms of this arrival. We'll take the Alice Zulu for runway 26 left. The Whistler 8 arrival. So that calls for is, and then rate affect is. Kinda think. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking that maybe we should do something else here. Maybe we should do 4,000 at Kipper. Do 4,000 at Kipper. How far out do we have? You still do have a minute before our top descent. So our top descent is straight up going to be at Po-wall. Is what I'm thinking. Yeah, top descent at Po-wall. Just trying to think here. You've been next to me all day, haven't you? I know, but you've been next to me all day. Yeah. So, we'll do top descent at Po-wall. And actually, this arrival does have it in right. So, this arrival. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, that arrival makes sense. So, so above 11,000 at quality, then Abulu above 11,000, down to 9,000, 8,000, 6,000, and we'll take that ILS Zulu. So down to 4,000 at Kipper. Not bad. Let's see. Let me go ahead and throw it in then. So there's ought to be a discontinuity. Yeah, Kipper. Direct. There we go. We need to save ourselves a little bit of time. We need to save ourselves a little bit of time here. Let's see here. Avalu. And no, not really. We're not really saving ourselves any time by doing that. Yeah, we're not really saving ourselves any time by doing that. Top descent in about 25 minutes. Straight in about 15 minutes. Trying to think here. At least the next leg should be a lot shorter. You'll get to. Yeah, we'll try to get to the next waypoint. Well, we could save. We could save Monterey for another day. We could save Monterey for another day. Because that 1,500 nautical mile leg right there, that's gonna be brutal. A little bit of a short leg right there would be helpful. I don't know. We'll get as far as we can tonight. We will get as far as we can for tonight. Meantime, though, I need some tea. I need a cup of tea. Good. dear. Sorry, something on Twitter. Something on Twitter. Alright, we'll begin our descent here soon. We'll get all the information once we begin our descent into Vancouver. It'll be the World 8 arrival, Powell transition. Expecting ILS approach runway 26 left for Vancouver. VNAV. Yeah, current ETA for Vancouver is 3:53 Zulu. So that's about half an hour out. That's right, about 40 minutes out actually. We have not begun our descent yet. That's fine. We'll begin the descent here soon. Descent saying time 2:04, so about 11 minutes. So one of the things that I want to focus on for the new year is I really want to focus on more videos for the new year. Once I really get the video editing mastered and all that stuff, then I really want to do more videos going into the new year, because the videos, they provide more long-term views. They provide more long-term views. And I've kind of been slacking in the shorts department as well, as in the YouTube shorts. So in the YouTube shorts and the videos, that's where the channel really grows. So I gotta really begin to do more shorts here soon. Alright. Let's get some tea here. Got the kettle brewing right now. Or sorry, got the hot water on. Oh look. Royal Windsor mug today. Royal Windsor. Actually, I think I got this mug last year. Oh, actually, all these mugs I got last year. All these mugs I got last year from the UK. This year from the UK I got pens. Last year I got mugs. Next year I'm getting. Next year when I go, I'm probably gonna get ideas, and then the year after when I go, I'm getting a house. So that's the plan anyway. Got Buddy here. You good, bud? You you have been one lazy bum all day. You've been a lazy bum all day. You've gotten hugs and sleep and hugs and sleep. You've gone outside and sleep again. You've been one lazy bum all fucking day. You're the lazy boy. Lazy boy. I love you though. And you've been by my side most of it. All right. Let's throw in an altitude of 4,000 feet into the flight director here. Throw in an altitude of 4,000 feet. Speed bed 3-5 popping in the 772. I'll begin our descent here in a moment. And actually, I'm going to let VNAV handle the entire descent this time. Hopefully it doesn't fuck up. Hopefully VNAV will not fuck up today. But we're going to let VNAV handle the entire descent today. The entire descent. Go ahead and get the headset back on. That's the headset that does work, not the headset that doesn't. Seb knows what I'm talking about. Alright. Top descent in 5 minutes. What kind of data are we looking like? So in case of go around, it'll be heading 233 degrees and then turn with heading of 283 degrees, direct to Georgia to hold. Climb 3,000. Climb 3,000. So that's in case we go around. In terms of this barometer, though, it is 207. 207 on the baro. Seb, I don't know if you're still tuned in, but do you know what the minimums are in terms of an approach? This might be something that shows up on tower. It is 207. When you're flying an aircraft, the minimums do matter. Do you know what the minimums are? If you ever begin to fly airliners, you absolutely need to know this. So, yeah, if you ever fly airliners, and actually really any kind of instrument approach, to be honest, you should know what the minimums are, and I have no problem going through them in a moment. If you don't, you know what the minimums are. And then what's the altimeter again? Actually, first off, what's the transition level? It's 0180. Interesting. Interesting how it's 0180. Alright, for those who don't know what the minimums are, you're approaching the runway. Okay. Your minimums are an altitude above the ground, at which you must have, at minimum, 4 things. First things first, you must be happy with your approach. Okay. If you're not happy with your approach, go around. Okay. Second thing, you must be cleared to land. Okay, you must be cleared to land. You must be fully configured for your landing. And traffic must be clear. And actually, there's actually a 5th thing as well. Any traffic must be clear of the runway by our minimum value. And then you also must have the runway in sight. So that's 5 things. Clear to land, fully configured, stable approach, no one else on the runway, and the runway in sight. If you hear minimum or decision height on your, or while you're flying the aircraft in the call out, and any one of those 5 things are not true, it is an immediate go around. You are in the standard missed approach, no questions asked. Now, a lot of those other things, usually some airlines might actually have their own value and say, you must have this all true by 1,000 feet, such as stable approach, fully configured, right? A lot of airlines have their own rules saying you must have this by 1,000 feet, but you must have those five things by your minimum value per FAA and whoever rules. So, all right, let's get this caught in. Traffic speedbird 35, have a beginning descent now on the Whistler 8 arrival, Powell transition, expecting ILS approach runway at 26 left, Vancouver traffic. All right. Clear direct Avalue. You know what we'll do? Just so we can absolutely plummet. Clear direct Avalue. We don't need to be going that. We don't need to be nosediving that much. Oh my word. Okay, I hope that Newsky doesn't bash us for that. Because that was an aircraft failure. That was the aircraft's fault. It forced the nose down 8,000 feet per minute, minus 8,000 feet per minute. Oh dear. Be crystal clear, you land at that rate of descent, you're probably dead. You're probably dead at that rate of descent. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, now direct Avalue. That is the Alpha Victor Oscar Lima uniform waypoint on the Whistler 8 arrival. Traffic. yeah, I don't take any responsibility for the plane pulling that move right there. I claim zero responsibility. In the meantime, do we have the most recent METAR? Yes, we do. The wind now 0100 degrees, 2 knots. Fuck. Oh, it's wind calm, so we could switch over to the 3s. No, let's take what we already have. The wind is 010 degrees, 2 knots. 20 statute miles of visibility at clouds broken at 1,000. Temperature 03, dew point 02, altimeter 3032. Transition 180. Three zero 32. Need past that. In the meantime, we'll keep our speed up. Speed now 330 knots. Let's go ahead and try to keep our speed as we descend. Let's increase the rate of descent ever so slightly. It does appear that we're getting off that a little bit. It'll be an absolute miracle if we get any kind of ATC tonight. Pick up rate of descent a bit more, please. Minus 2900 feet per minute. Slip it down to minus 2800 feet per minute. There we go. That is perfect on the VNAV. It's 2700 per minute now. Why is this thing having a hard time maintaining the rate of descent I'm telling it to. Speed now. Actually, I'll switch back over to VNAV now. Switch over standard pressure in a moment. Never actually been to Vancouver. Actually, there's a lot of these airports that I've never been to. But you're arriving into Vegas for the first time ever. Never been over to Vegas. I've flown out of LAX and into San Fran before in an A380. Not in... Not anything else, though. Not anything else. Then again, the amount of times I've been over here, I can count on my hand now how many times we've actually flown in this part of the world. So, standard pressure now. Vancouver, traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, heavy, setting now, altitude 4,000 feet. Inbound for the final approach course for ILS approach runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic. Legs, direct, Kippa now. Go flight level change mode, which is not usually a mode we use here. Usually I prefer descent. When you're flying the 777, in terms of your in terms of descent, you have 3 options. You can do a VNAV descent. That's usually the best, but the issue is with that is when you're under ATC, it doesn't usually work. Okay, letting this back on now. When you're under ATC, it doesn't usually work that well, especially if you're arriving into Heathrow, because usually they want you to descend. Usually they'll tell you your headings and altitudes and all that stuff. Then you have vertical speed mode and then flight level change mode. Okay, vertical speed mode will prioritize vertical speed more than anything else, and then flight level change mode, it'll prioritize your speed. It'll prioritize what you have set as your airspeed over anything else. Personally, I usually prefer to do all this stuff by hand in terms of manual descent. So that'll be vertical speed mode, and then I'll try to just match it up the best I can, try to get the speeds correct. Of course, though, there are some times that I prefer to use flight level change mode. So that's one of those things, the triple. And then in terms of your climb, you have VNAV, flight level change mode, vertical speed, and then of course continuous climb. I don't actually know what continuous climb is like. Okay. No, you don't. You better not. Speed 180 4000. That's Kipper. You kind of need that speed break there, mate. Alright, let me go ahead and finish processing my tea while I have a chance. Alright, bud. Now's a good time for you to go lay down in bed. Bed. Go on, bed. No, not chair, bed. Oh, you're stretching. Down. Go lay down. Bed. Cabin ready. Wonderful. Wonderful. Cabin is ready. Vancouver. And I think I got the airfield in sight. We'll have to do some radar vectors here in a moment, so that we don't turn sharply on the ILS. Let's go turn now, heading 100 degrees. Vancouver traffic, speed 35 Kappa, heavy, leveling off, altitude 4,000 feet. Currently in the downwind for ILS direct runway 26 left. Current heading 100 degrees. Vancouver traffic. All right. And then actually what we can do here is we're going to aim to intercept around here. Around that waypoint right there. We're going to, around right there, that's what we're going to aim to do. I just want to control the speed by hand. Right now. Speed now 220 knots. Flaps 1 now. I would assume that's the airport right there. Actually, what's that? That's not it. I would assume that over there is it because that weird runway. Alright. right now, we'll adjust our heading. Let's make it 090 degrees heading. 090 degrees heading. And then we'll turn the base in a moment. Speed will be 160 knots until 180 knots until established. Once established, speed 160 knots until 4 DME. As is usually what we do. Vancouver traffic, speed 35 Papa, turning base now, ILS approach runway 26 left. Slowing speed now, 180 knots until established. Vancouver traffic. Let's make it 200 knots for right now. This thing's estimating that we'll be there by 4-9. 10 degree. Speed record presented. My goodness, that should not be allowed. Flaps 5 now. Bit more of a base turn. Speed now 180 knots. Sorry, I just gotta get the screenshot right there. I just have to get a screenshot right here of that bridge. It's so nicely modeled in the sim. Vancouver traffic, speed 35 Papa, turning final now. ILS approach runway, ILS approach runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic. Glide slope intercepted. Good. Speed 1. Let's see here. Does the approach chart specify the speeds? Yep. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, now fully established. ILS approach runway 26 left. 10-mile final. Slowing speed now 160 knots until 4 DME. Vancouver traffic. What's it, Tav? 1.8.7. 700. And final call on Unicom 122.8. Speedbird 35 Papa, now 8.5 mile final ILS approach runway 26 left. Final call on Unicom, switching over to CTAP frequency now 118.700. Vancouver traffic. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, heavy is 7.5 mile final now ILS approach runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic. Alright, gear down. More flaps. Go flaps 25 landing. What speed that? That'd be final approach speed 133 knots. Right, runway turn off lights on now, taxi lights on. Let's make sure everything gets on. Seven and a half DME now. Sorry, 7 DME now. They were not that. That's not true. They introduce about now. Speed now 150 knots. Alright, gear is down. We just got a auto brake 2. Arm the ground spoilers. Auto brake 2. Alright, perfect. Reduce final approach speed now of 133 knots.
Approaching 26 left.
Final call Vancouver traffic, speed of 35 Papa heavy, landing runway at 26 left. Final call Vancouver traffic.
500.
Noted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
400.
Noted.
300. Approaching minimums.
Continue approach.
200. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Ouch. Holy. 587 feet per minute. That was hard. That was firm. I'll take this next turn off here. That was not great. That was not great right there. That approach was wonderful though. Freaking love that approach. Taxiing, stand 39. Vancouver traffic, speed with 35 Papa, heavy now vacated runway 26 left. Taxiing now, stand 39er, via Lima. Vancouver traffic. Alright, flaps away now. Felt that could have been a go around, to be honest. Actually, I was thinking, if I had thought of a go around, that would have been preferable. That actually really should have been a go around right there. because I felt a little floaty. I had to force the nose down because that caused all that really nasty landing right there. And that's what caused that really nasty landing. Because I thought we were going to be outside the touchdown markers. And that's what caused that really, really, really firm touchdown. Vancouver traffic, Spirit 35 Papa, heavy crossing runway 311, Vancouver traffic.
Approaching. 1, 3.
Right, APU 1 now. Vancouver traffic, Spirit 35 Papa, heavy, now vacated runway 13, Vancouver traffic. Yeah, the scenery's not great now, is it? The scenery's not great now, is it? See what Newsky has to give us. Either way, we're just gonna take stand. We're gonna take the stand right here. Not the most ideal stand for this aircraft, but who's gonna stop me? Who's going to stop me? No one's gonna stop me is the answer. No one. No terminal. My goodness. I have no clue what I'm doing right here. Alright, parking brake set, AP running. Alright, engines off. Alright, what's the damage? 8.76. Ouch, ouch. Austin line takeoff. Austin lane landing. Wait, I thought that was pretty good. And then, oof, oof, oof. 8.76 was the number for that one. Ouch. In the meantime, $38,000 made for the virtual airline. Nice. Austin line landing. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. 4.49 meters from offset from center line. Perfect score under 4 meters in normal conditions. Is far more concerned about an off center line takeoff though. And we are 55% complete now. Alright, let's make our way down to Boys. Let me go ahead and get this. Alright, this leg ought to be nothing leg right here. This next leg. I know y'all can't see this. New flight. 35 Papa. Depart. Let's see. Charlie Yankee. Victor Romeo. KBOI. KBOI. B772. This is our thing. Generate flight. Watch this for an insane turnaround time. This airborne within 25. Shit. No, 10 minutes. Yeah, about 10 minutes. We'll be out of here within 5. See if we get an auto ATC message. So you know that I don't know if they like to do this in terms of the auto ATC message. Squawk 2000 for now then. Squawk 2000 then. Alright. We have to flash the flight directors, unfortunately. Alright, electronic flight bag, request new data from SimBrief. Alright, init route, sorry. Index. Route 1, requests from SimBrief, set payload, set fuel, select route. Watch this. This is going to be one insane turnaround time right here. We're going to get, because we're already loaded, the AP is already running, it's going to be one insane turnaround time right here. It's going to be, we get the numbers in and we get out of here. No, right now. No, there's silly people. Though, this thing's for in the terminal right now, and it's not wrong. Stand 4-1. Things for in the terminal. It's a scenery bug. Activate that. Execute. Departure. We're going to take 26 right. Vancouver 3 departure. Then direct. Alright, me passing right over Seattle. Rush. Yeah, and then it'll be a direct Reich. Alright. And then in terms of this route, sorry, performance init. Accept all those. Thrust limit, takeoff, flaps. We have this is a 12,000 foot runway, right? Only 9,000. In that case, flaps 15. 123, 123, 134. Agree with that. What's our estimated takeoff weight? Our estimated takeoff weight is 178.8. And 178.9er. This is saying up to 410. This is saying up to 410. Let me actually quickly file that real quickly. File it as 41. Alright. I'll just use this right now. Alright. Vancouver traffic, speed road 35 Papa, insane turnaround time, stand 41, push and start, facing north. Vancouver traffic. There are aircrafts going. There are aircraft right there. Yeah, don't you about those? One of them should be a WestJet. But they're both WestJets. What are they doing then? Because they are... Anyway, engines, can you get up and running? Engines need to get up and running. And is it just me, or does it appear that we are like actually slicing through the wingtip? We're close. Could use some wing walkers, but whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 35 Papa, service now Boys International Airport. The current time is 4:05 Zulu, expected to depart by about 4:15 Zulu. Thank you. And we should have you all there in about an hour and a half or so. Thank you. Good engine stop. Shut up. Good engine stop. Alright. Taxi holding point. Mike 7 for 26 right. Via Juliet and Mike. Unless these guys have something else in mind.
Vancouver traffic, Jazz 833 is departing runway 26 left to the north, Vancouver.
Fuck. 26 left. In that case, we will taxi Kilo Hotel. Delta line up via Delta Minor. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, taxiing holding point Delta 7 for runway 26 left via Kilo Hotel and Delta. Vancouver traffic.
Vancouver traffic radio check.
Gotcha 555.
Thank you.
How me?
Yeah, read you back.
Thank you.
Vancouver traffic at Foxtrot Yankee Whiskey Golf, taxing 26 left via Alpha, Vancouver.
Alright. Move on things.
Vancouver traffic, Foxtrot Yankee Whiskey Golf. Taking off runway 26 left via Hotel, Vancouver, westbound departure.
Alright. Yoke cam back on. Yoke cam back on now. APU off. Flaps 15 now. There he goes! Happy flying.
Vancouver traffic, Foxtrot Yankee Whiskey Golf, airborne now, through 200, westbound departure, Vancouver.
Alright, we have caution. We got a caution prop wash here. Altimeter now 3023. Right, flight director's on now. LNAV on. nav also on. speed 200. Vancouver traffic via Delta 5, Speedbird 35 Papa, lining up runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic. Right, let's get out of here. Oh, there's our crater on the runway. There's our crater.
Approaching 26 left.
We should be airborne in no time.
Vancouver traffic, west jet 325, 5 mile final, 08 right, Vancouver.
We're getting out the runway from? Vancouver traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, getting out of your way. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is going on there? Vancouver traffic, once the arriving aircraft lands on the runway, Speedbird 35 Papa will line up runway 26 left.
Approaching
Vancouver traffic.
6 left.
Vancouver traffic, WestJet 321, 13 mile final, runway 8 left, Vancouver.
Kind of annoying. What's this? Air Canada doing? What frequency is he on? So what here? What the hell?
Vancouver traffic, Air Canada 245 on a 7 mile final runway 08 right, Vancouver.
Fuck. Vancouver traffic, after the arriving Air Canada lands, Speedbird 35 Papa will line up via, will line up runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic. There's one offender right there.
Suicide ops tonight.
Vancouver traffic, west jet 325, clear of 8 right, Vancouver.
Vancouver traffic, WestJet 321, 8 mile final, 8 left, Vancouver.
Ouch. Is there anyone behind them as well? No. No, that's okay. What the hell? What the hell? Because people were departing 26 left. What the hell? Now we have a departure delay. What the hell? What the hell, Vancouver?
Vancouver traffic, WestJet 321, short final, runway 08 left, Vancouver.
Causing 10-minute delay. Ouch. What the hell, Vancouver? This guy gonna be vacating at Delta 1? Nope. Delta 3, maybe. Yeah, surely Delta 3. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, lining up runway 26 left. Vancouver traffic.
26 left.
What the hell? Worse than Heathrow. What the hell was that all about?
Approaching 26 left.
Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, taking off
On
runway 26 left.
26
It'll be a
left.
southern departure. Vancouver traffic.
Vancouver traffic, WestJet 321, clear runway 08 left, Vancouver.
Thrust set. Airspeed alive.
V1.
V1 and rotate. Plaza rig, gear up. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy now airborne passing 2700, climbing now flight level 410, final call on CTAF, Vancouver traffic. Vancouver traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, heavy airborne now, passing 3300, climbing now, flight level 410, Vancouver traffic.
Hey, Vancouver, this is Air Canada 213. We're on about a 25-mile final from runway 26 right, Vancouver traffic.
$25 mile final.
Ooh, well, looks like a 20-mile final, not bad.
Damn.
Some flying though.
You know, he's not wrong though. What the hell, Vancouver? In 10 minutes, I mean, that's not... 10-minute delay is not horrendous, but still, I'd prefer not to have it. I'd prefer not to have the 10-minute delay if we can avoid it. Seriously though, what the literal hell, Vancouver? Oh my word. I've never seen such chaos. This is like territory of, okay, you need an air traffic controller now. What on earth? To arrive, so we just to sum that up, what happened? I witnessed at least 2 departures from 26 left. Okay, I witnessed at least 2 departures from 26 left. I was originally going to take 26 right, but I witnessed 2 departures from 26 left. So I changed my runway after I pushed to 26 left. Okay. I switch over to 26 left, and then as I line up, you have not 1, but 2 fucking aircrafts land on the runway. That's right, 2 fucking aircrafts arrive on the opposite runway, so that's 08 right, on the runway that I'm now sitting on. So on the runway that I am now sitting on, you have 2 arrivals in the opposite direction. So then I have to vacate the runway now. So I have to vacate the runway, do a little bit of a U-turn, and then wait 10 minutes for these 2 fucking arrivals. Them 2 fucking idiots. I'd wait for those 2 fucking idiots. 2 fucking agents I had to wait for. My goodness, that's annoying. Anyway, now we're finally airborne. Estimating boy now in an hour. Estimating boy is now in an hour. What the hell, Vancouver? Seriously, you guys gotta do better. Seriously. Y'all gotta do a little bit better. What the hell, Vancouver? Alright, I need to use the restroom real quickly. Let me just verify that. I have all traffic. I am. I got... What are these guys doing? We might have some ATC going into boy. And I'll be right back. I need to go run to the restroom real quickly. back in a few moments. I'm gonna need some time to fucking calm down from that. I'm gonna need some fucking time to calm down from that. What the hell, Vancouver? Anyway, we do have some ATC arriving into Boy. Straight into Boys. Unless they're hopping offline. Is it just ATIS, or is it some weird control? So I'm only seeing the ATIS. I'm only seeing the ATIS for Boy. Is it like a tower? No, I'm only seeing ATIS for Boy. So is there like some kind of like approach that I'm missing, or is it like a ramp frequency, or what? What is it for Boy? For Boys, the wind 280 degrees, 5 knots. Approaches in use. RNAV Yankee, RNAV Zulu, 28 ILS. Certainly 28. Sorry, 28 right. Okay. Probably take 28 right then into Boys. Unless they're hopping offline now, I don't know. But I mean, what on earth, Vancouver? Seriously, guys, you guys gotta do better. Also rapid. My repair team dispatched to 26 left at Vancouver. Alright, I am a little peckish. I'm not gonna lie about that. Let me go see if I have this thing upstairs. I'll be right back. Crisps it is. Crisps it is. If you ever swing in, welcome aboard this British Airways flight from Vancouver to Boise. The short way. Passing over two former British countries. There we go. That's the relationship to. There you go. That's the relationship to being British. Two former British nations. Oh, do you want to get back there now? Oh my word, that mess at Vancouver was a mess. That mess at Vancouver was an absolute mess. And a very annoying one as well. Yep, welcome back into the US, by the way. The continental US. Welcome back to the US, ladies and gents. Welcome back. It's been a while. It's been a while since you were last in the continental US, flying to continental US. Oh, actually, only last night, so. Welcome over to the West Coast. It's been forever since we last in the West Coast. Yeah, let's turn right to Kata. And that'll knock off some that ought to knock off some time. That ought to knock off some time right there. So I still don't know what's going on with voice because this map's not picking up. So what's going on with... So what's going on with the boys? I'm not seeing any kind of controller online, but I'm seeing ATIS online. Yeah, I guess we'll get a little closer and I'll find out. So, it's still a little weird. These crisps are really too good to be true. So they really are good. ILS runway 28. Hang on. It'll be 28 right. We need 28 right today. ILS. 28 right. Let's transition. Wait, what? Erase. ILS. Only 28 right. Tallest Court Cayenne 4. Arrival. Alright, that's not bad. That's not bad. Aha, yeah, it is an approach. It is an approach frequency. They really do make these ships really good. Delicious. Alright. Surely they've got to be putting some kind of addictive chemical into these, because I can't stop eating them once I start. The fridge is going offline. No. Alright then. That's it for us. Approach has gone offline. Alright, enough crisps. Enough crisps for right now. Actually, hang on. Go direct to DeVille now. Go direct to DeVille now. Top descent is in 16 minutes. Top descent is in 16 minutes. Alright. So yeah, I can pull those back. Estimating 11.8 in terms of fuel once we get there. Then after boys, it'll be off to Vegas. The East Coast is all lit up right now. East Coast is all lit up right now. Hey, bud. I got you. I got you. You give me a kiss? You gonna give me a kiss, bud? I gotcha. Here, you gonna give me a kiss? Alright. Begin our descent here in a few moments. Into Boise, which is in, it's in Indiana. It's not Dakotas. It's not the Dakotas, it's Indiana. Yeah, you know, so with Boise, so I was working on the, on a new 50 U.S. state world tour. And what we had come across is Boise would be on that list, so that's where I get the name. That's where I learned. That's where I know Boise from. Grumpy and I are working on it. Probably for the end of the year. Probably we'll probably begin that next. Of course, it'll be on Newsky and everything, but we'll probably begin that next. The challenging thing for that is all the small states, right? So states like Delaware, and actually mainly Delaware. States like Delaware and Vermont, they don't really have a good airport we can fly to, right? So it'll be, so there's that hard part. I figured out all that. But the other factor is there's that whole East Coast part, right? That whole East Coast part is a complete and utter mess. Okay, because you have so many airports in like such a tiny little area as well, right? I mean, I can drive to JFK if I want to, right? If I woke up, or if I decided in an hour that I, for some reason, needed to get up to JFK, up to Kennedy, I could be there by 5 a.m. It's not even midnight. I could easily be there by 4 or 5 a.m. No questions asked, right? All these airports are like so close together. It's like, and then what else do you do? What would you do for the rest of them? Because you're not gonna do a 12-hour flight. You're gonna see a lot of this weird action going on, right? And so that's one of the issues we're trying to figure out with the 50 state U.S. store. So anyway, we'll begin our descent here soon. It'll be a very, very quick turnaround time as well. One very, very quick turnaround time. Bound for Vegas. Next stop after Boise is Vegas. And then beyond that, the next step after that is going to be Dallas-Fort Worth and possibly Monterey. Possibly Monterey, depending on what time we get to Dallas-Fort Worth. That's the goal anyway. That is the goal. Alright. In terms of our Newsky rating. Yep. 777 is climbing. That 8.76. And that's ouch. Dropped our average down to 9.61. We really gotta. What this means is that we really, really, really need to focus on getting a good landing here, boys. We really need to get a good landing here. There needs to be no questions asked about that. If we do not get a good landing here, we need to go around. In the meantime, our hours in the 777 are still skyrocketing. So I freaking love the 772. I love it. I love the 772. Just wait until the 757 and 767 get released. Those things I'll probably be flying like crazy. Same thing with the 747. 747 I'll be flying like crazy as well. PMDG said, I think 4 months on that. 3-4 months. The 100 and 200 most likely releasing first. And then the 400 after that. So, and then they will do a dash 8 at some point. They just said they're gonna do a dash 8 at some point. So. Oh dear, Steam G 737-800. Captain Ken Boy. What are you doing? Oh dear. I'm looking forward to flying the 737 again. It's been ages since you last flew the 737. I mean, it's been literally over 6 months since you last flew the thing. The last time I personally flew the 737 in the sim was, my word, back when I did the review for it. Back when I did my really shitty review for it. That was literally the last time I flew the 737. I cannot wait for that thing. I cannot wait for the 737. Alright, descent now. See here. You guys been paying attention to chat if any one of our 4 viewers would like to take a tune in? If they'd like to say anything, I am paying attention to chat today. Alright. Begin descent now. 16,000. Left by develop. Boys, traffic speed bird 35 Papa heavy beginning descent now. Flight level 16, straight down to altitude 16,000 feet. Level by Devel. Expecting Alice approach runway 28 right. KN4 arrival. Boys, traffic. 16,000. If it's a good time to begin descent. Yeah, this is a pretty good time to do that. To do this descent. Maintain high speed until we have arrived. Throw in the bar row and all that. Let's do that in a few moments. Increase rate of descent ever so slightly. Hey, bud. Biggest challenge of all, keep that speed up. Must keep that speed up. Thank you, bud. Thank you. Here. You're gonna stretch a little? You're gonna stretch a little? No. You're gonna stretch your back legs a little? I got you. Speed, let's see here, speed 320 knots. You know, but this is the second day that you're sitting right next to me. Alright, let's take a look here. The FMC. Then, in terms of the borrow, stop it. In terms of the borrow, okay, in that case, let me just do it through this way. Three, 1, 2, 1. White high. Intercept tallest 7,000. What's your final leg on the downwind? Kendall. We're gonna direct to Kendall. And what's the CYVR, boys? One and 8 decimal 100. 118 decimal 100 is the CYVR, boys. And what's the most recent VTR looking like, boys? Altimeter 3024. 3024. And level 8000 at Camel. We got 5 viewers. Holy. We are inbound to Boy, if anyone's curious. Sorry, Airport Boys, which is in Indiana, I believe. Sorry, not. I don't know my geography very well. Idaho, I think. Sorry, my bad. Actually, let me get. Oh my word! I look like such an idiot now. The U.S. I fucking live in the U.S. I fucking live in the U.S. and I don't know the U.K. better than I know the U.S. Holy shit. I fucking live here in the U.S. Been here my entire fucking life, and I somehow fucking know the U.K. better than I know the fucking U.S. Whoa! What was that about? Whoa! I saw that turbulence. Yep, Idaho. Boys is in Idaho. Speed now 325 knots. Yeah, I fucking live here in the US, I always have, and somehow I know the UK better than I know the US. How the fuck that's possible, I have no fucking clue. But apparently it's fucking true. Anyway, in case you haven't read the title tonight, actually the goal, we're gonna get to Vegas, and then we're also gonna aim to get to Dallas-Fort Worth, which is the next leg beyond Vegas. And actually, we're gonna aim to get to one more airport beyond that. Depending on timing. If it's 4 a.m., then we won't do that leg. If it's 3 a.m., which it might be, then we absolutely will. If it's 3 a.m. by the time we get to Fort Worth. But I think it's going to be closer to 2 a.m. by the time we get to Vegas. Closer to 4 a.m. by the time we get to Fort Worth. So it's a Mexico leg that's next. Landing lights are on, good. It'll be a flaps 25 landing. It'll be a flaps 25 landing today. I don't like how slow we're being this descent. There's a little bit of speed braking in case we need it. Just anchor ourselves in the sky. Only in case we need it. Go ahead and short for speed here soon. We can go ahead and short for speed here soon. Meanwhile, I try to look for the airfield. That might be it over there. Yeah, I know the speed brakes are extended. You're handling the turbulence better though when it is extended. estimating boys at in 21 minutes. For boys, because we can go auto brake 2. Standard pressure, what's the altimeter again? 3033. It's 3033. in terms of the altimeter. All right. We can still descend ever so slightly. We don't need 20 minutes to descend 1,000 feet. Sure, we don't need 20 miles to descend 1,000 feet. Yeah, but we'll maintain extremely fast airspeed for right now. I think that airfield is probably like over there somewhere, but I can't tell. Looking for it. We are looking for the airfield. I'm looking for it. So, once we get on the Vegas Dallas Fort Worth, like, remind me, if anyone's still here, remind me to schedule. No, I guess now it's technically tonight's stream. It's a weekly Baltimore Heathrow. It's a weekly Baltimore Heathrow. Remind me to schedule that though tonight. And we are going to do it in the 77300 we brought back the other day. That's gonna be the plan anyway. Anti-ice on. First. It's back to auto. I'm looking for that airfield. I'm looking for the airfield. I think it'll be a little bit before us. No, not really. Is that it right there? Yeah, that might be it. It might be. It looks like it. It looks like that. It looks like it, to be honest. It very much looks like it. Oh, I can't see anything right now because it's in front of the strut. Yeah, in terms of our relative location to it. This boys has an extra airfield a little more north. Cabin ready, noted. Cabin is ready, noted. No, that can't. I have a bit of a weird feeling that is. Speed now 320 knots. Sorry, speed now 250 knots. I think that it is actually it. That's great. I just started something I didn't need to start. Down to an altitude of 6,000 feet. Boys, traffic speed bird 335 Papa heavy, descending now altitude 6,000 feet. Downwind, currently downwind ILS approach, runway 28. Sorry, runway 28, right. Boys, traffic. So now it's 220 knots. Maintain 6,000 till established. I know it's farther. Ah, I see it now. I see it now. I see it now. Yep, I see it now. We are really early on this descent. We were really early on this descent, unfortunately. We were a bit too early, to be honest. Alright, radar vectors. Boys, traffic, speedbird 35 Papa heavy, level now altitude 6,000, with a heading of 105 degrees. This is the downwind for ILS approach runway 28 right. Boys, traffic. Turn off lights on, taxi on. We're gonna get all those on now. Yeah, for right now 100 degrees, that's fine. It'll be direct Z-till. Though, I mean, we have a visual we can switch over to RNAV. Alright, but down. Drew down. Alright, speed now 220. Speed now 220 knots. And 6,000 is the 6,000 is on about a 7.5 mile final. I really need to find someone who makes the panel for the 777. I really need to find someone who makes the panel for the 777, the flight director. I really need to find someone.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Yep, I see it. I see the train. Yeah, how close are we to the train? Quite fucking close. Police traffic, Speedbird, 35 Papa Heavy, with a heading now of 130 degrees. It is a base for Isles approach, runway 28 right. Boys traffic. In the meantime, flaps 1. Yards a little low. You're a little low. This might be a little bit of a wavy establishment. Speed now 220. Yeah, we gotta come out a little. One on 3 degrees right now. Alright, we'll go ahead and widen up, and then we'll go ahead and make this turn. Boys, traffic speed for 35 Papa, slowing speed now 180 knots. Turning final now, ILS approach runway 28 right. Boys, traffic. Continue that turn. In the meantime, gear down. Rate speed now 160 knots. Alright, time to turn final. Boys, traffic speedbird 35 Papa heavy. And now about a 10-mile final. ILS approach runway 28. Glide slope established. Boys traffic. And boys traffic speedbird 35 Papa is speed 160 knots until 4-mile final. Boys traffic. Alright. Meantime, flaps 25. Time 5:32. Boys traffic speedbird 35 Papa heavy now fully established. ILS approach runway 28 right. Switching over to CTAF frequency now 118.100. Boy, final call on 122.8. Boys traffic. Boys traffic speedbird 35 Papa heavy now 5.5 mile final. ILS approach runway 28 right. Slowing final approach speed at 4 DME. Is 160 knots still. Boys traffic. Oh, wait, 132. Alright. Boys traffic speedbird 35 Papa heavy slowing final approach speed. Boys traffic. Alright. Let's take this over in a moment. Alright, gear down, flaps 25, check. Landing lights on, check. Speed brake is armed, auto brake 2, check. Everything normal. Everything normal. Final call, boys traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, short final now. ILS approach runway 28 right. Final call, boys traffic. Alright, so over by hand in a moment. Alright, 5, 4.
Approaching 28 right.
5, 4. Just over around 400. 5, 4, 3, 2,
500.
1. My controls.
400. 300. Approaching 200.
Continue approach.
Minimums.
Continue.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ouch. Another firm one. Uh, 389 feet per minute, not bad. Not too shabby. I mean, it was firm. Not as bad as Toronto, though. Not as bad as Toronto, though. Boys traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, heavy now clear of runway 28, right? Boys traffic. Alright, there we go. We'll take Charlie 1-1. Flaps away. Yeah, we'll take. Oh, that says 0, but whatever. Gonna help this out, to be honest. What the fuck's happening? What the fuck? There we go. The jetway just consumed us. I thought that you said that the APU was running. I thought you said that the fucking APU was running. That's because it is. Rather annoying. Close. What's the damage there with that touchdown? 9.18, okay. Off-center line landing. Average touchdown. Out-tender incorrect on landing. Out-tender incorrect on landing, really. Oh, yeah, it is. Outside of that flight wasn't too bad. Outside of that. Alright. Off to Vegas we go. Off to Vegas. I'm gonna get this thing ready. 56% of the way there now. Off to Vegas we go. And actually, guys, I'm getting to get a little bit of headache. I'm getting to get a little tired. We're actually gonna have to call it here. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all in the next one. So long.